factories that have signified intention and the willingness for CBAs to be conducted in their factories will go to visit them. But these 2 days will be focusing on the technical aspect of this project. I would like to, upfront, before we do introduction, inform us that the agenda given to you was just late yesterday night that we got information about the switch. So the content remains same. What we have on the agenda for tomorrow is what we'll be taking today. If you have any copy of the agenda, you must have been given the one titled Day 2. So we are making a switch, apparently at the request of the international expert that we have with us. And it's justified because the person that will now be taking today intended to do some kind of refresher, an overview of what we've done before. So we felt it's expedient that that switch be accommodated. Like we always do, I think I need another microphone at this point in time. Do we have another microphone? Another second microphone, thank you. I need someone, maybe Nasa or Yinka, to help.
Good morning.
Sorry, let me add something. If you have, like we normally do, please share the talk, because it will help our resource person to also know how to appropriately infuse that in their feedback.
Good morning. My name is Zelda Sony.
Okay.
I'm from Techno Limited. Thank you. I want this from you.
You want to learn, okay? Next, let's go that route, this way.
Good morning. My name is Umar from GEF-UNIDO. Yeah, my designation is Senior Environment Officer.
Okay, environment, senior environment officer. Your expectation?
I want to understand more, especially in the aspect of energy balancing.
Energy balancing, okay?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Giri. I'm from Dufil Grima Goods Limited.
That's the field.
Yeah, Dufil. So I'm a project coordinator.
Okay.
So I'm expecting to learn the energy management system.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joe Michael. I'm from Limited, Electrical Engineering.
Limited.
So my expectations are to learn about energy preservation in terms of electricity.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karim Aswale from Limited, Environment and Sustainability Officer. My expectation is to learn about energy efficiency and other possible topics.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anna from Chief Coordinator from the Lozi Industries Limited.
Industry.
My expectation is at the end of this program, I should be able to learn about energy management and conservation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Felix Ayala. I'm from Avon Crankhouse and Containers Nigeria Limited. I'm the Quality Assurance Manager. So I'm here to also learn more on energy efficiency. We've done the basics, so we're going to more technical aspects. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emeka Oko. I'm from Avon Crankhouse and Containers Nigeria Limited. I'm a maintenance supervisor. So I'd like to improve my knowledge about how to implement energy efficiency and energy management generally.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheon Wewe. I'm CEO of LC Limited. Based on the past training, we've already started to implement a lot of the teachings from the training, and looking forward to continue to learn more so that we can implement more methodologies and adhere to international standards for our business.
Thank you. And you're welcome.
My name is Grace Uwaji. I'm a quality assurance manager for Mocha Limited.
Mocha.
Yeah.
various classes. So we make it another advanced level. So just get to that one and then apply in my organization.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Endurance the workshop manager at Promasido Nigeria Limited. The last class on IEE RECP that is all basics for me because that was my first time learning about that. Now I'm expected to go through the in-depth methodologies and understand it better. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Judy Saturja. I'm from Energy Industries Ministry, HSC Manager, and I'm here to improve on my knowledge on energy efficiency and management and also environmental sustainability.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Lee Oladego from Technical Electrical Engineer. I want to hear more about how to manage energy.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is General Manager and Special.
The name of the company again, sir?
General Manager, Spectra Industries.
Spectra. Okay.
I
Spectra.
want to learn about industrial energy efficiency and resources efficiency and cleaner production.
You're welcome, sir.
My name is Odebi Oluwaji. I'm the CEO of Spectra Industries.
You're welcome.
I come here to learn about optimal energy management.
Fantastic. You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Donatus Shaibu, Quality Control Officer, Home and New Furniture Manufacturers. I'm here to learn more about some technical aspects of energy consumption and efficiency.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Colin Sikene. I'm the production manager, the coordinator of Home and New Furniture Manufacturer. I'm here to broaden my mindset on energy efficiency. Thank you.
The name of the company again, please.
Home and New Manufacturers.
Home and You.
Good morning. I'm Razak. I'm also from Home and Youth Furniture Manufacturers. I'm the factory operations manager. And then my expectation is to understand more on resource efficiency and probably on wood waste conversion. And how to convert our waste to viable products and more energy.
Thank you.
I'm Akira Dennis, Head Electrical Engineer of Velocity Industries Limited. I'm here to learn more on this topic of industrial energy efficiency, specifically on mass and energy balance, and also on green financing, mass and energy balance and green financing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ahoma Charles Iberi. I'm the factory manager of Velocity Industries Limited. My expectation is to broaden my view on resource efficient and cleaner production. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Adigero Simismani. I'm the project manager for Promasido Nigeria. So I'm here to learn from the experts on energy efficiency and management. Thank you.
Okay, do we have the new press of ground rules? Because we are privileged to have two experts in our midst. They travel, cover a long distance to be here with us today. You have Mr. Half.
May I ask you for a favor? Could you please take one of the sheets of the block and write your name, the company, and your function or your expectation here? It was too fast for me to understand everything, so I can read it later. I think to look for. I'm pleased to see you again. To see you in this training for RCP. you will see some slides which are maybe already known. This is because the methodology is every time the same, so we are going deeper, also in interaction with what are your questions, and try to raise up the understanding and make it more applicable for you. So shortly we are going to an overview in general in the world. Why are we talking about environmental management, RCP? What are these? Made this introduction. Let's talk about sustainability. What we have seen from Europe, the topic of sustainability is very, very known in all the world, but everyone is understanding different things on it. We were talking about, for example, green in China, and if you go behind the question, China understands under green that the economy is growing, so it's starting with environmental protection. The same is with sustainability. You have different meanings and understandings, so it's important, even in your company, that you ask the people what they understand. It's a proactive step, and this is something where you need everyone. We have developed a certain priority scheme which is applicable everywhere. The first step, what you have to look for is the prevention. Can you avoid to have any inefficiency in the company? Can you avoid to produce waste or emissions? If not, is it possible to reuse? Can you reuse materials? One of you was talking about wood residues and the use of wood. So this is the most important question. How can I take use another time of the materials I'm working with? If not possible, we can go to the way of recycling. We can turn products, or we can turn waste in a new substance, or we can use the structure of the waste to produce, to use it in a different way. If not possible, because with this data, they are calculating the needed finance, the needed money to define a project for improvement, or even to go to the bank and say, okay, I want to do this project, the costs are that high, we expect that the costs are coming back again by a better production over 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, and so on. So this is a very crucial process in our assessments of what we do. We will try to find processes where we can show it and do it in details, but sometimes we will only focus on an improvement and give you your own company the task to identify the data. This detailed analysis gives us the possibility to identify RCP options and also to prioritize what is the most important option. Where do we have the lowest efforts to do with the highest impact of improvement? And this will be the step where we present it to the management to decide. The next step is the implementation. Implementation will be, in our case, that you have national experts which are available for you to ask and to stay in the process of project implementation and help you to define the real impact, not the planned, but the real impact at the end of the implementation. And mainly coming from management systems, you find as last step monitoring and continuation.
the goal is to keep this thinking of going through the company with the open eye to see where you have some inefficiencies and to identify new options should be a self-understanding for you to go through the company. Monitoring means I need to know what is now, what should be come after the improvement, and to control if this is really the case, if you could really get this leverage effect. That all is mentioned by the concept of ICT assessment. My question would be, in which of your companies did you already similar assessments to identify any environmental inefficiencies or energy inefficiencies? Are you going through the company to assess the quality of the processes? In which company do you have a management system like ISO 19000 quality management or ISO 14000 for environmental management or energy management? Is any company here who has this certification?
Yeah, for Macedo, we are certified to ISO 14000.
So you are used to make assessment like this?
Yes.
Okay. Who else? Okay. You also make environmental management? Okay. Okay. So, we have some experiences with energy audits or environmental audits. Environmental audit. Okay. And in these companies, you have also defined teams to make these audits. Is the reporting of the results of the audits, is it the standard to present it to the management to improve it? What are your difficulties in this? Is it easy to make it understandable what is to do? That you the decision to improve it, or just to show the options and nothing happens? Could be. Is your management asking for numbers, for clear numbers? What to improve? Is it easy to get this data? We have process control systems which can give you the data you need for the improvements. Sure. Yeah. So it could be a good exercise if we go for the assessment to see what kind of data we can find in the company to define really further improvement options. We are talking about sustainability trends. The ICT concept is a very old concept. It's coming from the 1980s and is now all over the world introduced in different countries, in different companies. Meanwhile, it's also implemented by these standard management systems like ISO 14000 or ISO 50000. We are talking more and more about global deficiency and impact radars, where we can see in which area the most impacts are and how to improve it. We see that you in Nigeria have different companies working with these standard systems and with the environmental management. Sustainability trends, if you look for climate changes, are not limited on the company level. They are going outside. The newest discussions are turning around circularity, circular economy, which means you have to talk to other companies, you have to talk to your environment to find out what kind of networking could be helpful to use materials from your production in another production, to use energies which are not used in your company in other companies, even to use water in other companies. So it's an approach of cooperation and networking. You might know also the Sustainable Development Goals, which were implemented by the United Nations. The most impact of these SDGs is that we are talking all over the world about 17 defined concepts, where each nation starts to discuss it internally. That means also for Nigeria, you have your own understanding on these 17 SDGs and what should be done in the country to achieve the SDGs. This is why I presented here. What we see in international business, more and more companies start to organize their reporting system according to the 70 SDGs, showing what is my result, for example, in the SDG 14, life underwater. What are my impacts to this? What I'm doing to reduce the impacts. So that means also in the company reporting, in the finance reports, they start to show what are your results, what are your projects, what are you doing to improve it. When we are talking about ICP, the focus is on the SDG 9, Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure. And the text is part of the definition of this SDG. What might be interesting too, it's not only the environmental impact, it's also meaning decent work for women and men, so meaning equality and including people, including young people, including persons with disabilities, and have a look on the broader view of your working space, of your working place, that everyone is in a good condition on the working place. The other SDG which is important is SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. This means for a company also to think about different products, to think about innovative products which can, in the consumption of the product, reduce the impact to the environment. Who knows about the concept of ESG? Have you been talking about ESG in the company? So this is another concept where, for the first time, besides the financial data, the company is reporting on social impacts and on environmental impacts. If we are talking about sustainable finance, if you are going for credit lines as a company, the banks are forced that they are asking for the ESG reports of companies before they are allowed to give you a credit. So it's becoming more and more important for the companies to prepare environmental assessments, to prepare all the data which are needed, also to develop process indicators to show the improvements, what you are doing, that the company is able to get the money for investments and so on. ESG and reporting, you might know it, environmental part is quite known. Management practices, energy use, clean technologies, impacts on soil, water, air and wildlife, and also the impact to the climate, which is quite a broad view, and it's not so easy to get the information in the company. What is also part of ESG is the social impact, meaning the conditions for labor, for immigration, the health and safety impact, and also the compliance with human rights. And then we have the governance part, where it is going outside of the company, the relationships, how we are dealing with the innovation, how transparent is our doing, what are the principles and standards where we agree to follow them, and how do we define opportunities and follow up of opportunities to improve our business.
I noticed a lot of them are taking photographs.
I guess you will get all the slides after that. Yeah. That might be easier for you to read it again in the same way as I have it easier to read your names on the cards. When we talk about RCPA assessment, we are mainly going to these two parts. We're looking for GHG emissions. That means emissions to air, to water, and to the soil in the waste. We create the basis to calculate carbon footprints. When we are talking about the balancing, the environmental balance, the material balance, this is the most important tool to calculate carbon footprints. In this reporting, we are looking for the policies to reduce fossil fuels, to comply with the goals in Paris, the climate change goals, the NDCs. NDCs means national determined contributions, and you can ask in Nigeria. Nigeria has its own committee which defines what are the national contributions that Nigeria has to report to the international society, to the United Nations, about improvements in the climate change. In the training and the assessment, we are looking for energy efficiency, consumption, intensity, about the use of renewable source of energy. We are talking about the usage and consumption of water. We are talking about waste, mainly hazardous waste, and the possibilities to bring it in a recycling system. And maybe we are also talking about biodiversity and ecosystems as far as they are concerned from your doing. The circular economy principles, just shortly to remember it, we are used to have a linear economy. That means we have a company, a mining company, extracting materials out of the soil, giving to the next. The next one takes it, make a product, leave the waste, bring the product to the next. So it's everything step by step in a downstream, and no loops anymore. Efficiency in production means we have possibilities identified to reuse any material or to recycle material internally. ICP and better production systems means we have several loops, not just one, we have more. And in the circularity concept, it means what we are inserting in the production process is being reused in any other processes again. The ideal result of circular economy would be we have no waste. At the end, we have nothing what we have to throw away. Everything can be used in different industries. What is ISO 14001? It's the international standard for environmental protection as a management system. That means we have defined management structures and management organization in the company, how to deal with environmental protection. And this basis structure of management system are everywhere the same. That's why I can talk about environmental management and also including this as an energy management, which is presented by Alf tomorrow. What is it? It is a practice of managing human impact on the environment in a sustainable way. Its main goal is to reduce pollution, conserve resources, and ensure compliance with environmental laws, while supporting economic and organizational goals. It involves continuous improvement of environmental performance through planning, monitoring, control of processes. So again, what we are dealing with the ICP assessments is to create the base for management systems. The main elements, you have a policy where it's written what do we expect, where are we going to? We start the planning, we check what we have planned, we implement and operate, we check and correct what we have planned to be aligned with the policy in the next planning loop. The same is possible with the ISO 15000, and we will get some more standards. Mainly the same is also for the food industry with the food safety standards. It's every time to control what are the results. Are we in the right direction? Did we have we decided for the right way? In more details, we have a formal policy we start the planning, we define the legal and other requirements, other contracts, because a company is embedded in an economic sphere. Okay, thank you. So, ISO 14000 or management systems are mainly based on the plan to J-Act cycle. We are starting with a defined and presented policy in the company. Each employee in the company should know about the policy you are given by your supplier, your clients, by the society where the company is. All this defines a framework of requirements where you have to define your objectives, targets, and create programs to improve, to apply, to comply with the laws and the contracts, and to improve the production process. We have the part of implementation and operation. Create awareness for these topics, make internal claims, communicate what is happening, also communicate about impacts, what happens, to learn about. It's a culture of living with failures and learning. Management systems means also that we have a standardized systematic of dealing with documents, dealing with data, and making it reliable, and create this operational control to be prepared for emergencies. And the third part is the checking and correction. Monitoring and measurement means I want to know what happens, that I can find the point to improve. Monitoring or also controlling is not meaning I control people. It's meaning I control what I'm doing to improve it. The evaluation of the compliance with the contracts, compliance with the legal requirements, but also compliance with the objectives and targets and programs which are defined in the company. The management system asks also to define a procedure how to deal with non-conformities and corrections, prevention actions. And this is done normally with a system of internal audits. So, by doing all this in a cycle system in the company, where we do it over the year and several times, we give the possibility to present it to the management in a management review, where you present what happens in this year, what are our projects, what did we achieve, what did we not achieve, and why. And this gives your management the possibility to take decisions, to change plans, to define and decide for new programs, to continue on this way of improvement. You see, we are talking about management systems, but that means we are talking about a procedure. It's like learning life. Every time you learn something new, every time something happens what you didn't think about. And the system is only a tool to make it easier to find out what happens and where to make it better.
Good morning. On the former slide, you mentioned the Mountain Act type. So, based on your international experience, what would be the best timing for this expected that from your plan we check, you come back to your plan again within a year, within 3 months, within 2 years. What could be this timeline type of plan?
Okay. So the question is, how often do we do the assessments to find out what to improve? My question would be, how often are you talking with the management about things happening in the company? Is it regular? Is it once a year? Is it half a year? Is it quarterly? So, also from my own experience, we suggest that you make once a year a bigger assessment for the whole company, and where you see that what are your findings in the assessment can be implemented easily in the production procedures. Take this and bring it in the monthly cycle. Because if you have a closer identification of deviations, and you can handle it easily. If you need more project planning, 1 month is too short. Then it's maybe quarterly or half yearly. If you have to develop a project to improve, you have first to make the project and then integrate it in the production. So just get it in your feeling. You have your own idea where you can get valuable data from short-term assessments and where not. Makes no sense to have a rigid system of timing if you don't get valuable data. Okay?
May I respond to that? Okay, I'm going to give you an example of what we do in energy. So we would have we do a certification audit, and then we do surveillance audits every year. So every 12 months we do a full surveillance audit. But what we encourage companies to do is to take the energy management system and split it into its individual components and do an internal audit of each component every month. So there's a continual audit of the company against the requirements of the ISO 50001. And I've worked with many companies who do that, and they report their findings in terms of we are 96% compliant, we are 92% compliant. And that gives them a good indication of how they are tracking to the next surveillance audit.
Sorry, Mike, before you proceed, I want to plead with us because we've had the privilege of seeing the slide. We have a whole lot to cover. So if you have any question, like we normally do, the practice, note it down. During the question and answer session, we can treat that because we have a whole lot to cover in the slide. Please, Michael, you can continue.
Thank you. Sorry, but I don't see it like this. I guess it's more important to have a discussion because the slides, they can read it afterwards. And we are going through this. We try to bring in the practice in the assessment what we do for the next 2 weeks. And this is important that we see what are the questions. Well, I'm continuing. So this is again the assessment cycle, what we call ICT methodology. It contains in detail all what is also requested by ISO 14000. So it's mainly a different wording for the same. And included is every time plan, do, check, act. We can provide you some hyperlinks to publications from United Nations, which are maybe good to learn about how they understand this kind of assessments, this kind of management systems, and you can also find some basic practice samples and also key indicators for some special industries. So, what we already discussed a bit, what is your understanding of RECP? Do you have, what do you have in mind if you get this word, resource efficiency and cleaner production? Do you have ideas what does it mean in your company, where to look for? Just think on your company, think what could it be in your company if you're talking about resource efficiency, where should be a focus if we go for an assessment, that we can plan it after that. Yeah, here are some samples. This is where I can go quite quickly over these samples. Also some indicators, if you need arguments, why should we do these assessments? That's quite a few ones. If you leave water running from a hose with 12 millimeter hole, you will lose about 2,500 liters per hour. So it's a small hole, but it's a big impact. Materials also. Just have a look on a small base and calculate it over long periods of production. Steam. This is what Alf is declaring. Steam is the most expensive energy you can use. So have a look on it where you see or hear that steam is going out. Compressed air is the second kind of energy what we use and based in an enormous way. Okay. Just in a short way, we are looking on non-product outputs and risks. The normal view in the company is I have raw materials, I have a product. But we are not looking on the inefficiencies. And this is what we are focusing for the next days. The idea is we are not reactive. We are not talking about waste which is generated. What do we have to do with it? What we are talking about is proactive. If waste is generated, where does it come from? It's like turning around. We are going back to the sources because that's the easiest way and the cheapest way to reduce costs. Maybe you know it from project management, from investments. What you can reduce in the planning phase, it's a factor 10 less expensive than doing it after that. Practices, what we are looking for is primarily materials. We are looking to the production waste, we are looking to the materials, we are looking to waste beside the products, and then we are looking about the technology, what is caused by the technology, and then we are looking to the conditions of management and labor in the production process to identify the options. The benefits, cost savings, productivity enhancements, improved product quality, less waste, better control, organization efficiency, and effectiveness, which means that the staff motivation is higher and the processing is better. We are talking about improved working conditions. Improved working conditions is dealing with the health and safety of workers and the use of hazardous materials. And a byproduct of these approaches, the compliance with legal regulations. Sorry?
I said combined with regulatory requirements, their standards.
RECP is one of the tools for circular economy. In a company, we are looking for changes of input materials, eco-design, and use of energy of waste. Outside the company, that means we can develop new business models. We can develop new sources of renewable energy. If you are talking about internal recycling, heat recovery, better use of byproducts, or external recycling and symbiosis, it's on a low carbon strategy, product design, low carbon energy resources, external heat recycling, internal heat, integrate what you have available. The other block is good housekeeping, better process control, equipment process modification, new technologies, which means we use appropriate technology. It's not every time the best one. In the process of digitization, you will see this is mainly taking out low-hanging fruits. So, how to start it? The RECP approach is starting with the commitment of the management, the definition of a team, and the policy. Why do we need the commitment of the management?
For provision of time, resources, management commitment is required for total commitment of resources, labor, time, and implementation of the requirements standards. So that is why we need management commitments. I don't manage commitments in cannot work. Management commitment is required in setting up a team that will look into it. While the team is working, they should be compensated as part of their salary, because one of the problems we have is that we have committee working, so management are focused on the optimal production. Might see that what they are doing is not bringing money in at that point in time, and they don't want to stay for the long time goals. So because now what they are after is the initial money that is coming in. Because if you are having this kind of management system, it's a kind of a long time goal that you have to put in place and you have to nurture to ensure that it works, so that in the long run you make all the required and regulatory and standard requirements. So that's why management commitment is essential. That management commitment nothing is there.
Thank you. Some other arguments? We have experience.
Management commitment is required because they provide direction for the business. If the management is not focused on this RECP and sustainability goal, any internal attempt will be frustrated. So management commitment is required.
Absolutely right. You don't get the commitment of the management, you will not get the time to do it. What you get as a result will not be seen, so it's not useful. And you get frustrated if you show something and the management say, no, I didn't ask you for it. So there are a lot of reasons to do it. Another reason is when we are doing that, we are not only looking for materials and the physical quantities, we are looking for money. And if you don't have the agreement of the management, you will not get the right information about the money, what you can save. So it's also a fact that you have to cooperate, because the management too does not know about the places where you see the impacts, and they need this data to calculate. So if you plan the assessment, it's depending on the plan who should be part of the team, but who is normally part of the assessment team for environmental assessment, or even for quality assessment, or energy assessment.
That would be it. Friends. First, the team has to be multidisciplinary and cut across all processes in the company. Then, there are going to be a team leader that's going to be trained on energy efficiency, so that when they are having their team meeting, they able to carry others along based on the standard requirement and clauses requirement to be implemented.
Thank you. In the companies where you have these teams, for quality assessments, one, safety assessment, okay. That's what might be my suggestion, to bring in also the health and safety aspect. They also have a clear view on what happens and what should happen, but is not allowed to do. So if we are talking about impacting, it's also the legal impact. It's not only the aspect for environmental impact. This interdisciplinarity will open the eyes of each one who is part of the assessment team. It's a good idea. Also improve the cooperation. The normal way what we do in the assessment, to identify the non-productive output, we start with an emission map. We start with a very easy block chart to see what processes are we looking for and how are these processes integrated in the whole production process. We are going for a root cause analysis and a brainstorming. What we will see later also, it's kind of a fish size today this, and when we set in these measures, maybe in a year or in a month, we can improve this indicator to that level. And this gives the management the possibility to decide or to request more data. So it's also an interaction between the management and the workflow to find the right way. And environmental indicators give me the basis for monitoring and controlling. To continue on this way, to find further indicators, to improve it, and more or less to go this path to a circular economy with the dream of having no wastes, having nothing destroyed, and also bringing great products to the market. One of the results, I would like to invite you. We have a good interdisciplinarity on the tables. I would like to invite you, take a sheet of paper and try to create quite easy an emission map from your company, from the main process areas where you think we should start with an assessment. You are the experts, you know what are the most critical impacts. Try to bring it on a paper to make a short sketch and present it to the others on the table. So, to suggest, take 2 minutes to make your emission map and take 3 minutes to discuss it on a table. And after that, each table can shortly present what are the common results out of this thing. Okay? Enjoy. Define an image where you say, okay, here I have air emissions, here I have water emissions, and so on. Yeah? Then we are moving to the carbon emissions, emissions to air, emissions to water, base emissions and also water emissions. The focus for a detailed assessment is here, and maybe you can also say, okay, there are two processes which are most important. Two processes. Where you work in the team, this is kind of an orientation map where you can start and easily identify and talk together. If you have an external auditor, you can show this kind of map and explain what happens in the company. Even if you go to international markets, when international clients come and ask for your environmental protection activities, that can show that you have a system to understand what happens in your company and that you are steadily improving. So maybe with a short discussion you can see what are the focal points for the other companies.
Generate waste from the warehouse, and basically these are material spillage and also some hard waste like waste pallets and the likes. And then for production, it will be process waste and also packaging waste. And then for engineering, CO2 emission, and also because we have a waste water treatment plant and ATP, so we recycle wastewater. But of course, there's going to be a loss also from this water, so you cannot attain the original quantity. So there is loss also. And then possibly leakages from the compressors could also cause some loss, just to mention a few. However, for us, what we do with the packaging waste, we've already developed some recyclers who collect these packaging waste and also recycle them, to build or to develop a new product with it. That's the circular economy that we're talking about here today. And then for the process waste, of course, we've also developed some farmers who collect this process waste, also feed their animals with it, so it doesn't end up on the environment. And this same also goes to the byproducts as well. For the e-waste, this is given to government approved agency for evacuation, so it doesn't end up on the environment, thereby causing negative impact to our environment. For other waste coming from production, like wastewater and the likes, this is recycled, reinjected back into our cooling towers for cooling the engines. So this is what we're doing in our organization. Thank you.
So it's already a broad topic. But the others on the table, is it also in your companies that you have a lot of recyclings? Was it easy to identify what are the sources of waste and inefficiencies on this eco map? What are your experiences? Some of you?
So what we do in plants, power generation, gas generator, and diesel generator. So what we do, we measure the CO2 consumption, emission to the atmosphere, and we try as much as possible to make sure that it's minimal. They conform to the standard. Then from there we go to the utilities where we have our boilers, chillers, air compressors. So for the chillers, for the boilers, we actually have a way of measuring the steam leakage, which we do on monthly basis to make sure that we block all the leakages. We have our lines for the air compressors. We have what we do with the air compressors. We have gauges that we measure the pressures coming from the air compressors. So if we have a leakage, we have air leakage, we'll be able to capture on time. So we have teams that work on that. We do that on a regular basis. So of our effluent treatment plants, we have the environmental team in our engineering section that make sure that the waste that we are injecting to the environment is conform with the standards. And we have periodic audits put by the internal auditors and the external auditors to confirm that we are actually conforming with the standards. Then for our e-waste, we have give our e-waste to the government regulatory bodies. Whenever we collect them, to beckon on them, we come collect our e-waste and dispose for us. The batteries, the electronic waste, and the electronic waste.
Thank you. If we would start an assessment in your company, what should be the focus?
For the generator, we are looking out for emissions. We are also looking out for something else. We are looking out for maintenance of gas thermal efficiency, and we are also looking out for anything for the energy. Okay, sir. From the generator, we are going to the transformer. The transformer has the possibility of from that, you're going to production lines. Production lines are using water, they're using air as well. We are looking at the wastages, the possible wastages, and then the ECP, how well are we recycling our water?
Thank you. So for chemicals, do they use such a system in the company to make it visible, to raise the resistance of the staff?
Good morning, all of you. My name is Amol. Actually, I am from Bluefield, other industries. So basically, we are looking from environmental perspectives. So I just do the mapping. We start from input, process, and output. So input, what exactly we are doing? So we are receiving raw material. So that what type of raw material we are receiving? Is it sustainable? Do we have alternative option to go for sustainable structure or recyclable structure? Second, mode of transportation also we can include how we are utilizing efficiently. Like suppose we are receiving 4 ton material, can we receive more material in one consignment? So that in that way there will be less pollution because we can use bigger truck to transfer the load. So that is the one option we can explore during this input. Second, input we are utilizing utilities like DG, GG, we are using cooling tower, chillers, then we have compressors. So which type of equipment we are utilizing? If you are using furnace oil, so it's better to go for GG. So gas is less polluting compared to furnace oil or AGO. So that option. Then energy efficient motors. So for that we are required to identify which type of motors we are using, whether those motors will drive or not. So if we are utilizing drives rather than fuel, so it will be around 50% energy we can save in that. So that is also one option. We can identify at our machines which type of power consumption is there, what are the patterns. Then what are the periodic maintenance? We are required to think about, because in machine we are carrying out periodic maintenance, then we can utilize machine more efficiently. Second, production planning also is very important. Suppose we have less production, 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. So it's better to run complete plant in 1 day and utilize efficiency of the factory rather than running that factory, because what will happen? We are using power, we are using water, manpower, all this resource will be available 3 days, whereas factory is running for 10%, 20%. So planning is also important. So rather than running the factory for 3 days, 4 days, better we run 1 day or 2 days with full efficiency. That will also one source. Then we can think about other utilities like human factor. So human factor, like we are utilizing canteen, we are utilizing toilets. So sometimes water toilets, water tap is open. There is a continuous running of water. So which type of water tap we are utilizing over there? So that is also one option. Then again, if we will go to process, so there are so many things we can discuss. Okay, so I give opportunity for that team members also to speak. Okay,
thank you very much. A lot of ideas. So let's go in. That's the idea. Based on this, you can go more in the details. You pick out some process. You pick out a flow. You say, okay, I make this plain eco map again just for water. I make it only for the industrial water, which is pre-cleaned, so it's more expensive than the normal water. Or I take out some of the most important chemicals which are used in the production. I show where the points of emissions. The first thing what we are looking for is what we call good housekeeping. That means we are used to do our things, and if doing it all the days, we forgot about it. Good housekeeping means I rethink what I'm doing. I'm looking to all what I normally don't realize anymore. Like go through, switch off what is not in use. Have an eye to what needs reparation. Everyone is much more attentive to all kinds of emissions and waste. It's a very easy way, and you need no money. And as a supervisor, if you go through the company and talk every time about organization, cleanliness, you educate your workers, you educate your colleagues to have an eye on it. It's nothing what is hurting you. It's nothing difficult or complicated. It's just open your eye and do it. Yeah, do it like you do it at home. You are not throwing away things at home. You are looking at this. The same principle. Minimizing and managing the inventory. A lot of companies have, for each process, different types of oils with the same specification. That means the inventory of these different types of utilities is very complicated. Try to reduce. Try to find out where the functionality is really the same and reduce on one product. It makes the life much easier. Confirm my procedures for a task. That's a typical way of quality management, to find out where are procedures in a similar way, to find out where to coordinate it, to combine it in one procedure which is usable in all the company. Make it aware, train it, and in the same way, when the organization goes through and ask them to do everything the same procedure. Include your staff to have it motivated. Motivate them to bring in their ideas. They are working all the days. If they see that you have an ear for that, they will give you some new ideas. And it's every time surprising what kind of small and easy ideas can bring you some money in the production. For the cleaning, we have a lot of companies cleaning the floor with the water, with the cold. It's a basic water. You can do it even in the most innovative way by pre-cleaning, just mechanical. And then, if it's not enough, we can use it on a wet way. The same is the use of water in cascades. We have a lot of processes where you bring in fresh water and the water is effluent on the other side. It's not used in another way. You can create cascades where you use the water in the last step of cleaning, using it up to the first step of cleaning, and you can take the same water for the whole process. You can reduce up to 90% of the fresh water by this system. Chemical storage. It's very easy to see organization and cleanliness means also you reduce the wasted chemicals. And if we are talking about wasted chemicals, we are not talking about the costs of waste. We are talking about the cost of the new products and the cost for the waste. So it's much more expensive. The same with the dosage. The manual dosing is every time connected with inefficiency, overdosing, underdosing, errors. Yeah. So if it's possible, if it's also financially possible, go to systems where you can very exactly dose the additives and the chemicals, or even to systems where you have an automatic control of the combination of it's depending on the mass volume when it is cost efficient. Also in the wood sector, if you have cutoffs, try to organize the cutoffs to make it reusable in the company. See, it's very easy to set some positive impacts. Also in the office area, you can use a lot of multi-usable transport boxes, reducing the waste of transport packaging. Photovoltaic, yeah. So again, the tools we are using for assessments, we create a team. If the team is multidisciplinary, it's better for you. If you have a specialist from a company outside who is a friend of you, why not ask him to go with you for an assessment? He will show you very different things. maybe some of them are really valuable to improving. Use a flowchart for the main processing to make it understandable where do we set the focus. Flowchart means also I know where my raw materials are used. Create an emission map to see where are the points of emissions. And this is a step where we try to approach to the input-output analysis. Some of you will know what I mean, but we will talk about it a bit later. So this means I make a qualitative overview about my company. Input-output means I get the data. I get the data I need over a certain time unit. It's also depending on the reporting time you have. You make input-output for a process in a minute. You make it for a process in a month. Or you make it about product line over a whole year to get the basic data to calculate improvements, to calculate where you can reduce costs. Such a way we come closer to the sources of inefficiencies. Once we go to the sources, we can use the fishbone diagram to analyze what are the causes for these inefficiencies.
Sorry, the input analysis.
Yeah.
Is it mandatory that we use fishbone diagram? Not
Yes.
the use of the root cause analysis.
Yeah, it's more or less the same. It's a different name, maybe.
What about the use of the 5 whys?
Same. You have different ways to go back, and this every time asking again why will bring you to the sources. Fishbone is more structured on different groups of sources. You can just take the method which you are using. If it's not enough, you can learn another one. But normally, just take what you are using. In most cases, it's standing before the process, asking why. Again, asking the colleague, why are you doing this? It's not to criticize, it's only to find out if there is a reason which you don't know. But you will be really surprised how easy it is, how funny it is to discuss it between. Yeah. We've been talking about a team. Multidisciplinarity also. You will have it in the slides to read on it. I guess we don't have to talk about it. For me, important occupational health and safety, quality assurance to be part of the team. And in some cases, it's really interesting to have the accounting and the legal department with you in the assessment, or in the discussion about results of the assessment. So, who should be part of the team? When I look to your faces, I see everyone has very clear this team together. It's fine. Emission mapping, again, an overview for environmental management. You need to document what you are doing. So this emission map in a more systematic and based on a computer drawn way is a good tool to include it in the environmental management system. It will help you to learn about collecting data. In some cases, you will find out such a way that you have a measuring equipment at the wrong place. You can measure the water flow, but you don't know the details for this process, which is consuming the most of the water. So It's a good tool to get closer and more into the details of your production. It's a tool to define and prioritize problems and to start this creative work program. Is it root cause analysis, fishbone, 5D, whatever you use? In more complex organizations, you have then FMEA method or some really calculating risk method. It's depending what you need. We have a lot of tools. Yeah, it shows waste, hazardous waste, wastewater, exhaust, areas with specific risks. You can also use, for example, a fire protection map. It's a good base to just take it and draw in new points of emissions. Some samples. And make your own creativity in the drawings. To have a very unique system of symbols where you can immediately detect what is mentioned with these few lines or the circle or whatever, or also the corner. It's a very easy way to bring in a common understanding of this kind of thinking. Overview. For an overview, it's quite confusing, but it's also big. It's depending on what you are doing. So, process flowchart. I guess most of you know what is a process flowchart. By going through the tables, I saw most of you started to draw some process charts. The idea what we connect with the process chart is we have in the middle of the page the flow of the processes. We put on the left side all what is going in the process. We put on the right side all what is going out of the process as a product or as a waste. And the flow from top to the down is the flow from the raw material to the product. It's a very easy understanding, it's easy to read, and a very helpful thing for identification. You can make input-output analysis on very small processes, if it's important. For example, in this case, the company has to invest in a new filtration system for the air emissions. They started to make a process analysis, an input-output analysis, to know how to specify the technical equipment. So it's a very easy and good tool for all kinds of improvement of processes. Yeah. You see, it's depending on your way to go that you can make it simplified for processes, sub-processes, to show the flows and to identify where to set a focus of more detailed assessment or analysis. You can use some different colors to make it visible. Important for the ICT assessment is we are not looking to the product line. For the product line, you are a specialist. You're doing it all the days. It's your focus. To focus on the non-product output is a different thinking. If you go to the production line, they know the product. Maybe they know the non-product. But in many cases, they will be surprised what you find as non-product outputs. So input-output analysis means flowchart, data collection, create the material balance. What you put in a process has to come out. It's not disappearing. If you use energy in the input, it's not disappearing. So if you have less energy on the outside, maybe you ignored the heat which was wasted. And with these three steps, we are able to identify causes and to calculate the amount of improvements which could be get out as a result. And this is the amount where the management can decide, okay, if we reduce the cost of this process by 20%, I can invest in a new machinery, in a new technology, which costs more than 20% because I get it back in a very short time. So this is more or less the main work what we are doing as technicians to support the management, understanding what we are doing and deciding. Yeah. You can do it on as a black box. You can take your whole enterprise as a black box and start with the input and the output. If you are ready, you can use it to a certain process. But the approach is every time the same. That's a sample also for the painting. A small table saying what is the input, what was the amount in physical units, what are the costs for this input, what is the estimated or calculated process loss, what is the output, what is the amount of the output, and what are the costs of the output. This is the framework for you to go to any accountant and say, okay, I need money to improve it. To go to the bank and say, I don't have it, I need a credit line. This is what we expect to improve. Right? It's okay?
Sorry. Before we go for the last question.
Yes. Unlike this constitution of this, we have a company where we have different kinds of system management system. Food safety management system, environmental management system, emergency pregnancy management team. So now constitute different teams for all these management systems in place. Is it appropriate to probably create two, in as much they are multifunctional, multidisciplinary, cross-sectional, and the two are now taking the roles of all these management systems. For instance, you have occupational health and safety management system in place. You have a team, you have accountant in the team, you have engineer in the team, you have HR in the team, you have production people in the team. So they are doing this, having their meeting and everything. Then you want to constitute environmental management system. So, like if you have about 2-3 of this team, can they co-functional instead of creating more based on this management system that we want to implement? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Just to summarize what I understood, how many teams do I need to make assessments for different aspects of assessing? Any idea in the company, in the audit? I can tell you what is my approach. It's different in different companies, but mainly when I go to the company and say we are working on environmental management, I try to convince them that they have one management system. I have a different focus. And if they have, as most of the companies in Europe have, if they have a quality management, we take the team. We add one person with more technical background or more environmental background to the team. They do the same. In some cases, even in the small companies, we have every time the same people running around to do assessments. We give them a checklist and say, okay, if you assess, look at this also. And then we are talking. If needed, you can add in the discussion specialists to discuss it in details to find solutions. But I would suggest create as less as possible different teams, but give them a different view of watching.
It's a good question because it's often encountered. And I do a lot of surveillance audits for companies that have about 9,000, 14,000, 50,000, 70,000, 22. So they develop a consolidated management system. And they encourage what you are suggesting, multidisciplinary skill sets, so people can cross-functionally prepare for audits and do it that way. And they do one audit a year, so it's less meetings, less audits, less non-conformity, and less everything else. They consolidate that and they do one consolidated audit a year.
On the other side, in the food industry, I know they separated actively because the hygienic risks are very different to all others. So it makes sense to have a special team for this kind of risks by the assessments. Management system, integrated management system means all what is in the procedure, the same for all the systems. Keep it in one. Where you need a special focus, we are also talking about the focus for assessments. If you see in one part of the production you have massive problems with the quality, you take a focus on quality, go through. If you see you have complaints from the neighbors or from the government, you take this out, make an assessment on that. And you will see where you need additional experts or where you can do it with your longer teams. Other experiences?
Thank you. So just to add to what he said, what we practice in Nestle is this. We have one consolidated management system. And yearly, at a predetermined time, as we speak now, we are currently having our internal audits. So we do this internal audit only once in a year, which is also part of the requirement for ISO 9001, 14001, 22,000, and also 45,000. So the team is made up of a multifunctional members, meaning we have people from production, engineering, cost safety personnel, quality assurance team members, all this team encompassing all of these people. So if we are bringing in another ISO standard, what is expected is that we also incorporate this into our management system of our respective organization. And then during this internal audit of the system, we break the teams into different groups, assign clauses to each group members, basis the area you are going to audit. Some clauses are applicable to human resources, some are applicable to quality assurance department, some clauses are applicable to production. So based on all of this, you assign clauses to each team member based on what part of the system or operation they will be looking at. So at the end of the day, everybody will generate reports for their audits so that they come out with their findings, and then each department that is being audited will also come up with action plans to address these gaps. And then for management review,
it is also going to be part of what this project will be part of what we are also incorporating into, since it is part of the our management system. They will also review this one alongside every other standard that we have previously subscribed to. So I think it is going to be just one management system, one audit team looking at the whole standard that we are subscribed to as an organization. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful to get it from the practice. I think I let you go into the back. Thank you. From of root cause analysis. And when we are talking about root cause analysis in the sector of waste and inefficiencies, we are talking about some kind of categories where we are looking for. We look on product specifications, which defines when you have a waste or not. We look on the choice and the quality of input materials. We look on the selection and the design of the applied technology, and also of the equipment. We have a look on the process control and the standard operating practices, the standard procedures. We have a look on the handling of materials, the operation of materials, and the maintenance procedures. This is also including the handling and operation of operating materials, not product inputs, not raw materials, but also supporting materials and the handling of the bioprocesses. We are looking on internal recycling of components or waste streams, and we are looking on external recycling of components or of waste streams. This is what we usually have an eye on in the assessments, where we say we are looking for waste efficiencies. It's a matter of data collection to get the basics for input-output analysis. This is a sample. I would like to invite you in the same way than here, that each table has a short discussion on what kind of production they want to prepare this kind of data collection. Let's say you have a wood company, okay, in the wood company they are looking for wooden waste, and we talk together to find this kind of information what we need as a basic profile. Material productivity, energy productivity, water productivity, the emitted carbon dioxide, the waste water, and the waste intensity. So that at each table we get one committed sheet of RCP indicators, what you decided would be the most important for the process you are looking for. You understand what I mean? Each table defines one production process where you feel altogether familiar. define the key indicators so that you know what are the input and output data you will need to calculate it. Understood? It's an easy game. You have 5 minutes and then we get a short presentation from each day. So we are not talking about strategy, but you define the company or the production process, what you are looking for.
Yeah, you can go.
Wastewater, and we use as units of production pieces of products, kilogram. In some cases it was turned around to say, for one production unit I need so many of the inputs. In some cases it was other way around to say, for 1 kilowatt hour I can produce so many products. So just be creative and find the number you need to indicate how the process is working. In some cases I saw as a key indicator a number like 0.0001. No one understands the number. you relate this to, instead to one product to 1,000 products, you have an indicator which shows 1. So also this is a way to select and to play a bit with the indicators in a way that the number is understandable and you can work on it. Carbon intensity, I saw some working on that. The easiest way is only to calculate the energy you need for. You take the fuel, what is used for the energy, and take a factor to indicate the CO2 by consumption of so many kilogram coal or cubic meter gas. Then you have a very easy indicator to show for your product so-called carbon footprint, which is very easy to transport. No one knows what the carbon footprint is, but everyone knows what the name is. So, what we are doing also is we train your creativity. And everything what you are watching, just have a look out of the boxes and try to find a solution. Someone knows? Or knowing the solutions? Who can show the solutions? So the face is not done for. You take it outside the box. It goes 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm not very creative today.
1, 2, 3, 4. You guys see it. You join this 1, 2, 3, then you join it. Can you show it again, please? According to the explanation, it's going to exceed its first. Then if you come back to what it will be the first line will exceed this one, the cut these two. If you come back up to join this, and then the fourth one will cut.
Mechanical section will be two lines. And your system who got this mechanical section? SDR, sir. SDR, sir. So that is very good when you get it.
So you see, creativity is something we can train and learn. I'm happy that you saw it because I forgot it. It's another thing.
Yes, that's the solution to this. So what's the solution? The four lines. What is the four lines? What was it? No, you didn't get it. Yes, I have a chance. I know that you have to take outside.
So, if you understood, you've seen the solution. It's important. It's very important to read what is in the world. A process of creativity where you open up. You need some distance to the problem to find a solution. And the next is again this concentration to check if that's what you have found, the solution, is also the right one. That's what we did now in the discussion, to see different approaches, successful or not, to discuss, to evaluate if the solution is valuable or not. And then we can realize. Thank you for your realization. And you will see if you have any problems in the company, you follow this process. It's a fun for everyone. You can bring in really crazy ideas, but maybe something new is coming out. Just open your mind, open your brain. If we generate options, we normally use standards to do it. These are checklists, these are manuals from specific branches, these are information from suppliers, internet, university, and so on. Everything what is indicating you, we know the problem, is this way of solution. But don't forget about the creative options. Ask questions, brainstorm, and find experience from other sectors. It's very often that, not in your own branch, companies have a very similar problem, and you will be surprised how they are solving it. You can adapt it easy. brainstorming with your own teams is also a mean that you continue talking about problems and solvings. So it's improving the communication in the company, the motivation and the process quality. Yeah, this leads me to this typical problem solving methodology, the fishbone. I guess you know this methodology. That means you can also use this kind of graph to do it. It's like a template, like a form you can use without any text and sit on just name my problem is this, and then you're looking where this money is coming from. You say the biggest problems are going to 4 categories. It could be a problem from the people, from the behavior. It could be a problem in the materials which we use. It could be that the machines we are using are not doing what they should. Or it could be a methodology, a process. We define a process, but the process is not appropriate. And each idea you bring in is added to one of the bones. And after this, as a brainstorm, you discuss it, you check the probability of occurrence, and you can prioritize possible solutions. Who is using the fishbone diagram in a normal process? Would you like to present one of the problems and the solutions? Would you like to present one of the problems that you are taking with this?
If I understand your question very well, I should present one of the problems I've used fishbone to resolve. Okay, first is I had one incident in my factory. It has to do with a forklift operator lifting armored cable and asking one of the technical helper to assist to put a detached pallet shoe. So in the process of the technical helper trying to assist, put the pallet shoe underneath the lifted armored cable pallet, the operator dropped the load and then thereby leading to an amputation of the part of the finger. Now when this occurred, we have to of course look into what happened. For us, we have different tools. Of course, fishbone is just a part of our goal setting tool. So because at this stage, you are looking at what materials could have contributed to the accident. What is coming from people that could also lead to the accident. An example of that is training, competency, and also looking at attitude to man. And then for method, you could also be looking at a specific defined process way of doing these activities that was, that was contravened or wrongly applied. Are there machines involved? So you look at all of this, but it doesn't end at fishbone. Fishbone will help you understand the areas where this accident is coming from, and then you proceed to define why. At define why now is when you ask yourself, you drill down to really understand what led to the incident, what is missing. So the objective of this one is to identify a gap and then come up with action plans that will help you prevent a recurrence of such, and also help you correct what has also gone wrong. So this is what we do. Thank you.
So you can apply to different problems what you what you find. And as you told us also, this is one method. There are different methods. Just try what method is the best for your company, for your team, and apply it. Use it, adapt it to your needs. There is nothing like a religion. You can do best how you want to. The main principles of brainstorming, look, you are the winner.
What about this one patent today? If the idea is patented,
that might be different.
what might be problem?
Then you
That is not encouraged at that point in time.
Then you need a lot of creativity to go around. But you know, it's the same. Explaining why you did something needs a lot of time to, like excuses. It's not working. If you start to excuse, just see what you did and go forward. That's mainly the same here. If you get an idea, go and create your own idea. Groups should not be bigger than 7 or 8 members. It should be moderated, it's easier. If someone is looking to the process of brainstorming, if possible, go out of your normal working space to raise up the creativity, to make it nice and agreeable. Creativity needs freedom. Very important. A mixed group is very helpful. You should try it if you're not did it yet. Not longer at maximum 1 hour, and not too often. Creativity is going down with regular doing and all the kind of routine working. Clear tasks, clear goals, and discussion, objective, open, and not accusing. I just can invite you to try this out if you not did it. Also, small groups and small programs, get used to do it. It makes your work much easier. The next phase is evaluation. We suggest not to do the evaluation on the same day. Sleep over it. Maybe something comes up. Try to cluster similar ideas to identify if there are some patterns in these ideas. Throw away the duplicates. Select best or most promising suggestions. And identify teams which will work on the follow-up. So it's also important after the brainstorm, after this creativity, to come in the way of project management and realization. And share the minutes. Keep the members and the team informed. It's the same with these improvements, processes in the companies. Try to keep the bringer of the idea in the loop, that he is always part of the inventors. That motivates. The question is, why comes quantity before quality? We are in, is anyone knowing that? The question is, what is if you have a lot of quantity and a low quality?
When you say quantity comes before quality, you just try to explain the way towards you setting standards. Before you can set standards, you have to consider all other options. And when you consider all options that you have, then from there now you cannot deduce which one suitably suits for your processes. Then you can now set it as the standard for the quality. Because before you can set quality, you have to check very well and know that okay, these are the attributes and variables that are key into our processes and operations. Then you can now pick those ones that give you efficient and optimal results. So that's what I was saying.
Thank you. I would like to come back to this slide. If you have many solutions, many options, and the low quality, that's the phase of idea finding. If that happens, you should go back and ask if the problem is properly analyzed. Maybe the definition of your problem is not as exact as you would need, and you have to change these conditions. And then check the quantity if you can reduce it. So it's every time this go in the creativity, which is quantity, and go in the quality, this concentration, checking if the solution could really work. Step by step.
Because, like, you know, so by saying that quantity comes before quality, it's like saying that we should concentrate more on getting more quantity out. Right? It's actually good thinking because at the end of the day, we may have shown out enough quantity, right? But what if they are all bad qualities? We run into losses. To be able to conduct the whole batch of production that day, a lot of places for some beyond because of the production. So I was trying to quantity first, if quality. So because I'm thinking that from the beginning of the process, the quality of the product is supposed to be comprehended from the beginning of the process, and then there should be quality checks at every production point to ensure that at the end of the finished product, quality comes out along with the quantity. So that's what I'm thinking.
It's a different process. If you are in the creativity process, you need many ideas to identify what is the best idea to solve a problem. Once you go into the process management and procedures, you define one quality and neglect all others. So it's a different process. It's the same in knowledge management. In the first phase, you need many people talking about the problem to identify the problem proper. Once you have identified, you will see that many solutions can go away, they are not relevant. And together you find the one best solution, which is an adaptation from one of the ideas. You start with a big quantity and reduce it. It's a process.
I think when we are mixing it up, you can go back to the fishbone analysis. Yes, at this point here, this is where you generate a lot of quantities of ideas. And when you go forward to the 5 whys, before you go forward to the 5 whys, at that fishbone, go to the fishbone side. At the fishbone stage, you will generate a lot of possible causes, and then you establish your problem statement. At that fishbone stage, it is not everything that is valid. So when you go forward, because what you are talking about is problem solving, solving if I really understand the topic very well. So when you move forward, not all the numbers of the problem or the solution that you are providing that will be valid. So now you pick the valid ones, which is the quality, the quality now, and then drill down on it to streamline and get to the root cause of the problem. I don't know if this is correct.
Thank you. Is it okay now? Yeah. Their work easier. It's also this process, accept all the ideas, accept the quantity of ideas, reflect it, discuss it together, and you will see in very short time you get from the whole group the one best solution. Okay. Next part will be the cockpit. What means cockpit in the environmental management, in the ICT? Behind all these instruments, you have data, you have indicators, and they are just visualized in a way that the pilot can see in one point what is relevant. So we are talking about key indicators. Sorry, it's a bit in German. So these are indicators for office buildings, and also using indicators on different related units, make it visible in a way that you easily understand. It's the last year, the latest year, what is the trend? More is not needed. You even don't need the number. Just have a chart and you can immediately say, what is the trend? And you can act. The goals of indicators, we compare an actual situation with a plan. We compare between companies. We compare the variations over time. I don't know any company producing every time in the same capacity. You have every time changes. So you need to understand what happens during the phases of changes. We work with absolute indicators like cubic meter or kilowatt hour, tons, annual production, and so on. And we are working with relative indicators. That is what we did before with the EcoMap. We define what is my base. The mostly is on productivity or intensity. We define our base and relate all numbers of production to this base number. Mostly we use productivity ratios, but also intensity ratios are very common. Simply to say how much raw material or how many products can I get out from 1 unit of raw material. So it's more or less inversion, a different view, which makes also the discussion easier on the way to improve. Concerning the metric, we have these absolute performance indicators. That means you have a certain number or quantity of costs incurring in a certain period. And we have the relative figures. They refer to a reference value. We are used to work with these numbers related consumption to a year or to a month. And we also introduce more and more these relative key figures where you relate to another unit which is also moving. so that you see the difference in the processes. And your question in the company is every time to find out which figure reflects my targets. Which figure is best suited to indicate that I can achieve these targets. How can I measure critical deviations from my path? What is the best way of showing who is responsible for a critical deviation? And responsible means also meshing. In some cases you can relate it to a meshing to find out what is the critical impact of a meshing on the whole production. And also very important is you have to find out indicators which are measurable. Where you have already some equipment, some devices to measure, and where it is not expensive to get the value again and again. And this is the playground for us in the environmental management, to use existing data from the production and to find out what we can use to indicate improvements in the environmental performance. We are coming back to the input and output. Mainly, we have very little basic numbers which we use to get the so-called ICD indicators. We use material, energy, products, wastewater, and energy emissions. In the environmental assessment, we focus on these type of indicators to define water and heat consumption by product. This is, for example, complex environmental indicator for chemical production, where you see the different production amounts over the year related to the input of raw materials. You see also the water, wastewater, and water and wastewater. You see the waste as one line. You see the gas consumption and the energy consumption. So it's only one picture showing the whole profile of environmental impact of a company. Something like this can be a job of you to find out what is the best way of visualizing and presenting the environmental profile in the company to the decision makers. Benchmarking. Who is doing benchmarking? You know what means benchmarking?
Benchmark, I would call it a reference for performance. So if you are below the benchmark, not good enough. If you are above the benchmark, excellent.
Right. Who is using benchmarks? Who is comparing their own company with other companies? Okay. Could be an interesting field of future activities. If you have, for example, a brewery or a drink production, you can compare between different production plants to see how efficient are my processes, how efficient is my machinery, and what can I do to improve it. It's very easy done between technicians. It's a bit more complicated if you go up to the level of marketing and accounting, because they see money going away. But between technicians, it's a challenge to best operate machinery. And normally you get really good information from them. For the benchmarking, it's important to define the system boundary. You cannot compare one company producing beverages and the other one is in the same processing producing cans, having a cleaning machinery or not. So you really clearly to define what are the boundaries within my benchmarking to get clear answers. Define the base, check the units. It's quite easy and yeah, you should try it. It's quite fun to see. I can also refer to some international available documents. This is, for example, available in the internet. We have in Europe an integrated pollution prevention and control committee, which is publishing the best standard, the best reference technologies on different branches and on very critical production industries. You can download it from the internet. We have a very detailed description of the production processes and indicates what is the minimum performance you have to achieve before you can get the license. What we also suggest or recommend, make your own production process, describe it in a way, and create a checklist of critical points in the processing where you can always check if I'm on the good side, if I'm on the bad side, or if I don't know what it is.
I want to please apologize that it's not shown so clearly, but you can please help us, particularly those on the second row. Maybe you snap and possibly come back to your seat so that as he's speaking, you can see what he's speaking to. Please feel free. His checklist based on the first row. If you have any challenge, very close to feel free. Feel free.
Just to know that the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation has a lot of really good benchmarking tools and very detailed information of process qualities of production processes. It's interesting to go to the IFC website and check their library. You will find really interesting documents. Okay. Indicator benchmarking. We have been talking about input, output, and indicators. to define the baseline of RSP activities, of all kinds of improvement activities. They support the option generation, the monitoring and controlling, as well as reporting. Reporting is important for your internal auditing, for the management review, for all kinds of management systems, and also if you want to prepare projects. The fishbone diagram is a very effective, easy tool to do, but there are different other tools available. That's it. I'm not sure if we are ready for a break or not yet. No, too early. So, as next topic, I want to talk about material management. We are talking about material management because of the global development where the very smart people identified that we are just learning about economic growth. We are not looking for well-being of humans. We are not looking about the available energy, and we are not looking on the environmental impacts. So material management means we try to implement tools that we can see that we don't have to use more material to get a better welfare of people. We don't have to increase the materiality of our life to feel better. And this is a scientific academic version to show it, but I guess every one of us know we don't need a lot of things to be happy. And this is more or less the interpretation to the industry. After this trend, they started to think about circularity. And they created a new infograph showing that there is a natural cycle and there is a technical cycle. And if we want to survive in the world, we have to take care that the natural cycle keeps intact, keeps healthy. So the idea is to extract out of the natural cycle as less as possible materials and to keep materials in the technical cycle as much as possible. These are the two basic concepts why we are talking about resource efficiency or circularity, circular economy. What we have seen also from the beginning of environmental protection, in the beginning we were talking about one company having emissions. We started to close the emission, but the problem was the same. Then it continued to find the causes, to eliminate the causes, so we don't have to filter, because the process is key. Next was we organize that waste, what we produce, can be used on the other side. That means we are leaving their own company, going to another one. The principle of circularity means we are not alone as a company. With all what we are doing, we are responsible to the society, and we are responsible to all the environment. What we are doing, we should try to give it to another hand who needs it. Nothing should be thrown away without attention and a really critical view on the risks, what you are doing. And this is a difficult approach. It can even not be done in one region. It's also difficult to do it in one nation, in one country. So circularity is more or less a global concept. We have to start and to think in global networks, in global systems of cooperations. It's not anymore a chain where one element of the chain is breaking and the whole chain is done. It's more thinking like a rope. There are a lot of fibers, and if one is breaking, the rest is holding it. And it can heal again. So it's a very different thinking. From my opinion, it's also more leading the typical masculine thinking of combats and war into the more feminine thinking of cooperating, inviting to work together and take it a bit more smart and smooth. What we do for the material management is the walkthrough. Typically, questions are concerning the materials. I'm looking to the main raw and auxiliary materials. Why are we using these materials? What are the quantities? What are the costs of these materials? What is about the hazardous status of the materials? Which means, is the whole production process critical, risky? And then the questions, what type of waste do we generate? And what amount of waste is generated? So if you decide to make a walkthrough, just look into the materials. This would be the main question we have to pose. Where we have to find options in the production to see where we can do something better. The first ones are, in my opinion, are the most important. Also asking if we can replace one material into another one which is less risky. How can we achieve a higher material efficiency? The first, again, is housekeeping. Each person in the company is responsible for what they are doing. So each person is responsible that we get less waste. If you look at continuous production, ask the operator, they clearly know where waste are generated. In some cases, it's the product formulation which is giving problems. It's the way how you empty containers or silos and so on. It's a way of sealing and looking on all the infrastructure. So good housekeeping is the easiest way to improve your production. The next is substitute wherever you can. Substitute critical raw materials. Okay. Hazardous raw materials or processed materials, they need a lot of attention, they need a lot of security. Maybe you have to do some additional analysis, including the health and safety aspect for the workers. So wherever it's possible, substitute hazardous raw materials. Modify the processes. If possible, introduce an automatic control of processes which are every time the same. In some cases, you need just to modify your product a little to get less waste, or even to change your product. in these 2 points, we see a lot of problems because this means you have to really understand the production process in details. And you are changing the process, which means in continuous production lines, it's a risk that the product at the end is not in the quality. So it's a very, very sensitive process, but it contains a lot of benefits. Changing of materials. It's also going to the auxiliary devices, like cooling systems, where we try to substitute the chemical substances which are destroying the ozone layer of the world. Use recycled material wherever you can, internally, where it's not possible, externally. Avoid hazardous components. If you have a product which is composed of own products and products you buy in, check the components of the buying products. Maybe there are some components in it which makes your whole product more healthy. So every time you look at all the specification of materials, recycling, bring it back to the producing industry. It's the principle what we know from the beverage industry. They sell bottles and they give systems where you can bring back the bottles. Similarly, you can do it with other products. Use packaging for transports, which are reusable and brought back. And I've even worked with a company in Austria. They produce wood chip panels and prepare floors. And they offer that the clients can give back the products in the company. So they produce new products out of the old products they get back. This is a concept which is coming more and more. Recycling, internal recycling. As I know, we have about 10% of internal water cycles in the industry. So there's a part application possible. And external recycling. These are more or less the most important groups of improving material efficiency. Again, this step-by-step method to implement the material efficiency program. The first step, I need the material flow. I need the sources of waste to be identified. Then I apply this walkthrough, I create an emission map, I create a process flowchart, and the input-output analysis. You see these processes applicable on all different focus you want to set on. You can collect all material-related data. You get again an input-output balance. You can really determine non-productive outputs as percentage of material what you use. It's even interesting in the food industry to see if they use water as a raw material, what is the indicator, what is the percentage of water they use compared to that what they are extracting. Next step, indicators. We create material-related indicators in the benchmarking. Also, to come back to the root of the cause, you get specific material indicators and waste-related indicators. You get benchmarks. You can compare with different waste-available technologies and such a way identify what could be the most effective program you can set in for improvements. So we make the analysis, we collect data, we create indicators, we identify measures and develop an improvement program. This is the way to go to project management, to implementation, to integrate the people. If you are at this stage, you have all data you need to quantify the improvements, to present it, and also to control it in the right way, which is the last step. Implement and evaluate what you implemented. And what I know in the most companies, this last step, they lost in the day-to-day business. They implement, there's a new thing implemented, but they forget to check if the measure is really effective as they expected. Just a word concerning material efficiency and waste minimization. To reduce waste, the first step is to inspect all material which is coming in. Your procurement has a clear specification of what you need, but the supplier is not every time delivering what you need. So make the first check at the input. We already discussed it, minimize the inventory. Make the storehouse, the warehouse as small as possible. Then you cannot get a loss of quality. Reduce the variety, the diversity of the materials to make it easier to control it and to monitor the quality of the warehouses. You know this principle of prioritization. You know the other one too, the fish principle. First in, first out is one, and fish is another one. First in, still here. Yeah. First in, first out. First in, last out. Yeah. True. Interesting how many companies have any of these principles. And a minimum of packaging.
Just in time and cause gap in operations. So when you depend on just in time, at times when there is a little delay, it creates gap in the operation. Can you manage
we are talking about just in time purchasing. On the other side, adequate storing conditions and purchasing appropriate quantity. Appropriate quantity is the highest priority. You have to find out what is the amount that you have to store to make flexible conditions in the production.
I have a question.
I just want to understand why here we are using first out only and not first expire and first out. Because in my own system, we buy materials in bulk and then different suppliers. So when supplier A gives me material, it can have 9 months shelf life, and when supplier B is giving me the same material, in 2 months' time, it will have 7 months shelf life. Basics, storage over time with him and the like. So why are we limiting ourselves to only first in, first out? Don't you think that we'll end up having a lot of wasted material in the near future?
Thank you. It's a good input. I think we should change changes on the site. It's depending on the expiry date of the incoming goods. And then in manufacturing is first in person, because if the warehouse gets it right, the manufacturing person cannot send it wrong. It's first in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I subscribe to what you just said. But what will have brought me first expire, first out, if there is a good stock management and rotation, when procurements are valid, for every consignment, all these details are given. And when you are sending LPO out, you should have known that, because one of the things that you use to procurement is that expiration of product is used to even bargain price. If you are controlling your stock, you know that you have stock that will expire for the next 6 months, and you are taking another new stock that is coming in that will expire within 2 months. So definitely, the procurement system is, if it is not intentionally bought based on reduction in price, then definitely there is a problem with the procurement plan.
Thank you. I guess it's very clear. Logistics of warehouses is depending on what you are doing and what are your priorities. It's for the purchasing is different from the production. And the main saying is make your priorities.
Sincerely, we need to keep our hands open. This is how to work and also understand what other industries are doing for them to remain competitive in business. Having said that, a lot of factors will be responsible for materials having a shorter shelf life. One of them is because ideally, like you already mentioned, it will be wrong of any procurement personnel to purchase a material whose lifespan is lesser than compared to what you have in stock. But again, you can buy a material now, and then the material has issue during transit, and then you have different ordering from different vendors. So the vendor's own has arrived. So this one is coming later. So that will also affect the one you have ordered before that was earlier produced will have maybe the shelf life is reducing to 6 months before you get the next consignment. So you could have logistic problem. So this will also be one of the problems. But there is a system in place, like what we do. If we have such material, upon receipt, you give me that material with the certificate of analysis from the manufacturer, which has the manufacturing date and also the expiring date. And by the configuration of our own system, it will pick the material that is likely to expire next before the other one that has a longer shelf life. So this is how we manage so that we don't have material wastage, which can also end up on the environment.
Thank you. You see, for the warehousing, we have a lot of different methodologies to set the priorities. Maybe the warehousing is an area where it is worth to make a special assessment to see what happens, what are the right rules from the point of view of the warehouser, production, quality management, and so on. So this is just one of the methods. There are different ones. It's important to check for you what is the right way. Late for 15 minutes.
We have to break for lunch. It's about
so mainly it's going on the topic of warehouse management. The principle is different.
Much better. Material efficiency and waste minimization concerning production waste and the use of auxiliaries. We go to see the extent product to run out and minimize waste from the startup to the shutdown. As you know, the phase of startup and shutdown are the phases where you produce most products which are not qualified. So even the periods of running one production batch is very important to the amount of waste you are producing. The same is with the cycles of cleaning the machinery. If you have a plan of cleaning the machinery, you can also have a look on the amount of waste and try to optimize it. So it's not so easy to combine all these concepts, but you get more and more clear. If you recover cleared out products to be reused in the next batch, maybe a batch which has a lower quality, you can use it also to reduce the waste going out. Reducing stress on equipment, on products. Maintain even the process conditions, which means have a look on the conditions of mixing or of heating, cooling, the way of starting to heat up or to cool down. All these has influences on the quality and the amount of waste. And once we have waste from the production, try to segregate as good as possible, because in the waste you have a lot of valuable substances. If you segregate it, it's possible to get a value out of the waste. Even the market for waste in Nigeria is a bit tricky. That could be an option which is becoming more and more important in the future. Auxiliaries. Fit for purpose, to extend use and minimize consumption waste, minimize diversity of auxiliaries, meaning reduce the diversity of oils, reduce the type of motors and so on, which makes it easier for maintenance and also for purchasing. Use dosing systems or optimize the air pressure system, water flow system, steam pressure. These are all measures what we can use for material efficiency and waste minimization. Also in the office, try to go paperless. Try to select reusable or refillable products. Use recycled paper and office products. Segregate the waste in the offices. And motivate the staff to consume less of products. For the canteen, if you have a canteen, how can we motivate the staff in the offices to have more awareness for environmental protection?
There's a program we do for recycled bottles. The organization rewards staff who collect the most bottle in kg, and take for example the last publication, some people collected as more than 50 kg of recycled bottles, so their names are celebrated and they give them some incentive to encourage reusable practices.
So this is a very typical question in production companies.
Office.
This is a typical.
How can we motivate that office staff
Finish?
Finish the question.
No. How to say the staff, office staff, on the waste generation.
Just start.
This is a very typical question for companies in the production area, how to motivate people in the offices. The office people say, our wastes are so minimal, we don't care about it, we don't need it. What kind of incentives can you give to the office people? What kind of motivation can you give to the office people to engage, be responsible for their
Also just to speak in line with what you have said. For each sections that make up the office, the administrative building, so to say, you have the, let's say for example, the executive arm of engineering, like the engineering department. Which of these departments, HR, engineering, safety, quality, the one that generates the least waste, that thing can be rewarded. A form of recognition. That is one. Now, for what we do, we also ensure that even in the offices, wastes are segregated. Not only in the production. In the offices, we have different waste bin to ensure that wastes are segregated. This is the vendors we have developed for each category of the waste. When this waste is collected, they are recycled or reused. That is one. For paperless, in my organization as of today, we hardly use hard copy forms filling, because at the end of the day, you realize that this go back to the environment. Okay, let me also add this to it. Like when you finish your production, you want to prevent such production from collapsing during transportation, you use shrink to stretch life. You no longer use shrink, because we realize that by the time this product get to end of destination, which is the distribution center, you remove the shrink, it becomes a waste. So instead, we got a bag that is reusable. So for Go Paperless, we start taking advantage of Microsoft Forms. We start building apps internally to report or to make documentation for forms that we need to use hard copy. So this is how we're able to reduce the amount of code that we generate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In a big organization, you have only units to develop apps and to adapt the system code what you have. In small companies, I would suggest to sit together to think how you can use digital documents by different process steps and just share the documents in the internal net. You can do it.
To further emphasize, because it's interested in some motivator.
But one main issue is also for the office. If you want to involve the office, make it same than in the production. You have one person responsible for the organization, and this person you have to push and to motivate. Canteen, I don't know how many companies we have with their own canteen. What I see in our seminars, in our trainings, we have a lot of materials in the buffet, in the tea breaks and so on, which are just one way, thrown away. It's also education of the catering organization to say, okay, we don't want this. We want to have low waste. We want to start in a kind of a clean conference, which makes we have reusable cutlery. We expect that they buy local, and we don't want single-dosing packaging. So these are also possibilities to influence if you have a big or a small company. You see, these are always kind of eye-opener. Just go through your own working day have their eyes open and think what could be better, discuss it. Maybe at the beginning they say it's a bit crazy, but with the time they understand what is the idea behind, and they come with you. Yeah. If you get the slides, you see a few samples from different sectors. What could be done. In some cases, it's also just the measure to install and highlight, focus on control systems, special control systems, where you can reduce any waste and inefficiencies. Yeah. So you see in the slide some of the samples. I don't want to talk about law. I guess you can see it in the picture and the text. Every time go to the sourcing process and try to understand what is causing the impact. Like here, if you have a branching process, let's say it's imminent to have this kind of waste, maybe there's a more intelligent method to bunch it, and you can reduce the material again. Reusing colors could also be a way. So it's also maybe in the field of organization of production processes. Yeah. I saw it in Lagos. They have quite nice ideas what you can do with the tiles in the art museum. For the waste management, important is a clear labeling of the collection bins. If you want to segregate waste in the company, you have to make clear what different type of waste you want to be segregated, prepare it as visual system, show it to the company, to all staff, and when you make your daily walk through the company, look at this and ask the staff why they don't use it. Maybe it's the position, maybe they don't find the right thing. So it's easy to improve it.
I just want to ask one question. Like municipal corporation waste, we are segregating it, but when the vehicle is coming, again they will come. And the same waste will go to dumping site again. So I just want to understand what is the use to segregate it at source. And is there any regulations or any step, GA, UN body, what is your recommendation or suggestion? First. Second, just one more question I just want to add. We are conducting a lot of such type of training programs. So how much waste we are generating in the form of PET bottle, paper. So can we go paperless and use some water dispenser with paper cup? This is one input I just want to give, because see, this is small training we are conducting and we are the ambassador. Today, when I go to my industry, I am the ambassador of this sustainability. I am going to teach the people. So this is the fact why I should not start with me first. I will set the example with my action, not on paper or words. So I think we have to think about ourselves. We should start the initiatives and educate the people based on that. So this is also one input. So
thank you. It's an interesting question. We have the same problem also in Austria and some cities, that each citizen is forced to segregate waste. The collector is coming, put it together, and they say we have a machine which is segregating again. It's counterproductive. As industry, the most important thing for me is to think about the value in the waste. If you can get out the value, if you have it segregated in a good quality, makes sense. If not, it's difficult to explain. And it's demotivating if you segregate and the next one is mixing again. I know there are international rules asking for segregation. I know that Nigeria has committed to these national internet contributions for climate change, where it is also defined. I have never seen any form of enforcing what they have written as law. I don't know it. Maybe the national experts are more experienced. You see that?
It's very serious side. So we can actually, I understand we have to transition, developing country. Because how the developed country are managed? I have been there in Singapore, I didn't see any way. So how they are maintaining? So I think we are looking for your experience. So how they are segregating? We have given example, it's a challenge. And we know we are in transition phase. But how the countries are doing? What are their best ways?
Maybe it's the same way that the company, even an international company, is starting to pressure the country. I don't know. But I know that in the north place, industry is very loud. As an industry, we have a size where you can influence the society and the politics. We have to start the hardest thing.
If I can just add to what they're saying, I think after you have segregated your waste, like the PET bottles, the papers, and the organic waste separately, one of the things I think you can do is we have some small companies around that goes to collect these PET bottles, they can buy it off you, and they use it for recycling. Even the papers or the cartons that you have segregated, they will buy it off you, and they use it for their own recycling process. So the collectors now, what you give to them will just be the organic waste. That's what they will take away. And,
we have in-house recycling.
Okay.
We have flexible packaging industry. So recyclable structure we are brainless. But I'm talking about this municipal corporation and focus type of waste. Because waste management is not very easy task for any country. It's very expensive as well. We need a lot of resource and of people.
What we see in Europe, they enhance the responsibility of the producer. That means if you give it to a private collector of waste, you are responsible that he is doing legal, correct handling or treatment or disposal.
Yeah, extended producer responsibility.
Yeah, in the electronics is very.
Already implementation in that area.
Yeah. But I know that you are at the beginning, at the low level. I wish you would have. This leads me to the next topic. Batteries, light bulbs, e-waste. We are also dealing with hazardous materials in the companies. What we call chemical management. How to manage, how to organize and to handle substances which have a very hazardous and unhealthy attribute inside, how to deal with it. This is also something where we should have a look on in CPAs, in assessments of the companies. Chemical efficiency means we describe this chemical assessment based on the material safety data sheet. And this kind of assessment is more assessment of the risks which are occurring in the company. When it's the same, we are looking for improvement options and examples in different industries. And this, yeah, just an easy way to ask what is wrong here. If you are looking for health and safety, it looks funny, but I don't want to work there. Looking to the reality outside in the roads of Nigeria, they apply a lot of these measures. So, analysis of chemical risks, identify the substances. If you have a ledger of chemicals which you are using in the company, take out from the safety data the level of risks, make your own prioritization of the high risky, medium risky, and low risky chemicals which you are using. Make this inventory or the register. You can also use the EcoMap to sign the places where you have stored all these kind of chemicals or where they are used, which is also helpful for the fire protection. Prioritize on the basis of the hazardous substance properties, and improvement option could be just to check on the purchase side if it's possible to get a lower risk alternative to substitute the risky substances. So this means chemical management is running over risk management. And this is also including to analyze the different workplaces and the risk at the workplaces. It's not only the risk of the process, it's also the risk of chemicals which are used. And based on that, we are also looking for improvements. Typical questions: what are the main chemicals? What quantities? What are the costs? Why are these chemicals needed? Again, the question, are the hazardous chemicals in use, can you replace it, substitute it by more sustainable products? Do you have appropriate personal protective equipment available for the employees? Do they use the equipment? And for me, the most important question is, do they know about the hazardous risks? I saw a lot of companies where people is working in the environment around the heavy metals or some organic substances which are highly critical to the health, and no one did know about the risks. So inform every employee about the risks of his environment, also to motivate him
to make it very, very careful and proper. The inventory should show the type of chemicals with the main characteristics, the place of use or storage, the type of containment, and the average quantity in a month or in a year, depending on what you have. In Austria, you are not allowed to open a company without having this kind of register and clearly declaring what is the maximum quantity of chemicals in a defined room, and to show them all safety data sheets and the way how you use it and the way how you make sure that everyone is aware about the risk and the right what's it called, operating instructions are given to the people. Labeling is very important, and using the labeling, it is very important that you have a clear order if you reuse the containments of chemicals for the different other substances. You have to label it, you have to show what is in the container. There's an international system of classification of chemicals. You can get out of all chemical safety data sheets these labeling of the substances. So take use of this information to make your own company safer. Assessment means we're looking to the hotspots with higher hazards. We identify risk-prone and vulnerable groups, areas, and assets in case of an accident, which is really important. We identify potential accident scenarios and go back to the root cause analysis. We identified the severity of related health, environmental, social, and economic impacts. We estimate the likelihood of the identified accident taking place, and we assign a risk factor to each hazard hotspot. The factor can very simply be kind of an ABC prioritization or a system of leveling, like a traffic light system with red, yellow, and green, but create a system where everyone in the company clearly can see where are these hotspots and even reduce access to these hotspots. Hotspots. Good housekeeping samples, add ingredients with optimum sequence, optimize reaction temperature, monitor heat exchanger, fouling to reduce the cleaning schedule, use beam to minimize consumption of chemicals, reduce leaks, minimize number of samples. I guess you will know some other samples what can be done. Proper storage of chemicals, also of technical gases. It makes a lot of sense to have it in a very clean way, organized, to motivate other people not to mix up. There are different rules of storage. There are rules what you are not allowed to combine. Use these existing lists.
in the methodology of hazardous substances to reduce risk in your storage and also in the processing. Yeah, dosing of chemicals. I don't want to see the procedure. Yeah, we have seen these dosing systems. Also some samples. Dosing systems are really very important also for painting companies. Process conditions, safe chemicals, and you see what we define here as samples of good practice. Most of this is part of a management system. Action of operation that should be part of it. That should be clear for every worker how should he do it and what is not allowed. What do we not accept in our company? And this is again, you know how it is to work with kids. You have to train it again, you have to observe it and to ask them again and again. Personal safety equipment, based on the safety data sheet, you can see what is necessary with an eye on it that they have it available. And from the legal situation in our countries, I can manager of a company or manager of a production, you give them the protection equipment, but you don't force them to use it. You get responsible for their healthy situation. So the manager is also responsible that the safety equipment is used. Yeah, the question to you, how can you reduce chemicals in your... So we have seen we can use the same methodology to reduce the chemical risks and to make your company more safe. It's every time the same approach to plan it, to set up a team, to go through, have a creative session to get some ideas and then focus on the best way to reduce the impacts for environment and human health. What is coming? What is done to qualify the water for the production? How is it used? And after the use, what is done? Collect the data. And data collection for water can also be very simple. Just to put in a bin, take a watch and look how long does it need to fill up the bin. And in most cases, water management starts with the estimation of the quantity of water. Then start with the basic measurements to get it more in detail. Improvement options is a bit more tricky because all kinds of water treatment technology is not so common. So you might to discuss it with some experts before you get a solution. Anyway, if you have your water management established, use it in checklists which you are using for the internal audits. Just integrate it, you don't need a specialist, just put the question in the checklist that they are looking for, and you will find a lot of improvements. Typical questions: why do we use water? Why do we use water in this process? In some cases, it would be interesting to know why are you using industrial process water for simple cleaning processes. The process water is
highly purified and qualified water, so it's more expensive. If you use it for low quality treatment, it makes no sense. The water use, normally we use on an annual basis because the data is not so accurate. Going to the process steps, it starts with the estimation, maybe also with some reset of a product, even the food industry. Think about the cost of water consumption. Even if you get the water free out of the earth, it has a value. You have processes to qualify the water, there are cost factors. Come to see these costs and identify how much is the value of prepared and clean water in the company. And then you look how much money you are throwing away. Again, in this matrix, the step, the description, and the method. So we also have these 5 steps again. Prepare it in a map, collect data, create indicators, go in the root cause analysis, identify measures, and implement and monitor. Evaluate what has changed, and if this is in the right way. Water saving, normally it's one of the first measures is to install meters, which are not expensive. Then you get clear values and you can really work on it. Inform the people, raise awareness in the company, inside the production floor, by using posters, stickers, and whatever. The same then with the waste, make the person responsible for the consumption in a certain area. They can analyze their own sector. I guess it's the Japanese method of Kaizen. Define the area, make it better, let's present them what is better now, and make it a sample to other areas. Progress on graphs. Have a table where you can show what is better, give the indicators here. Maybe it's also possible to create a kind of an incentive scheme. Water management, water saving is very important to have the commitment of the management, because most of the people don't see the need to do it. And discuss it regularly at the staff meeting. Meaning, if you have a quality assessment or a quality auditing system, use it to transport this information, to enrich the quality audit into an integrated audit, and you have the higher impact. Earlier we were talking about waste segregation and the sense of waste segregation if outside of the company no one is working on. We have some companies in Austria where the management committed to waste segregation. They know that it is mixed outside the game, but the people is doing what the chefs say. So if the boss is behind and say, I bought it, it's also a way to do it. Okay, the water-related data, make a flow diagram, create the water balance, create benchmarks, compare with other companies with similar products, and then identify the sources of waste water and analyze where it is coming from, in what regularity, in what
contamination level to find a better way to use it.
So, this benchmarking with the other company.
Yeah.
Is there any database we have just reference? Because to get the other your competitors' data to compare, it's very difficult in Nigeria. Because they might see that we are trying to spy on data.
Yeah.
So if there is a database we have a similar company, so you look at what they are
It's a good question. Where to get the benchmarks, where to get the comparison with other companies. We had this tricky situation because we should show Nigerian samples. I didn't get it. So what I can do is check for any project what was running in Nigeria. Database I am using are the databases of UNIDO, UNEP, of the World Bank. World Bank has a lot of samples. The International Finance Corporation, the IFC, something like this. And also there's a global forum which is called Green Forum. It's a free network of green industry companies, and they are publishing reports, studies, and they have also some groups on water or waste or different things. Maybe you can find something on these platforms. When I send the slides, you have some links to these networks. Yeah. If we start an assessment for water, you will naturally come to these type of water usage. I don't know what is the situation in the legal compliance in Nigeria. If you have a company using a lot of water or producing wastewater, do you need a license for it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And you have clearly to declare what type of water is effluent and what quality. So, in my opinion, this would be the first benchmark you have. You have a legal threshold. You are not allowed to go over it. Try to use it. Try to use an indicator saying, I have only 50% of my threshold, getting down or higher, and take this as a first level to indicate in which direction you should focus on the water management. And then you can go outside to other companies. Maybe it's also possible just to talk to the technical people and in this informal way to get some ideas of technical solutions. Okay. Water balance. In all water systems, leaks and spills, evaporating losses, leaks and spills, just estimate it. For the first approach, it's enough to estimate it. Then you have different literature to see it for specific processes or industries. But you know from the benchmarking, you have to compare with exactly the same process to use these data. If not, you might run in their own way. Yeah, measuring can be very easy. Sometimes you have the meter. Whatever is possible, you have to try it. There are also some mobile instruments to measure the water flow. But
what's up? What of DP method? What is that one?
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
To see the level of the storage, or maybe also to see the level of the groundwater. Yeah. You mean to extract water or to keep?
Alright. We have tank, 200 tank. So what I'm saying that we deep every day, we know the losses, the shortage of the water, and we taking it every day. So we know the liters that we consume, although are lost every day. So is it advisable for us to be using the method instead of flow meter?
Yeah. You can do it.
The AP method is a subjective. Why we use flow meter is subjective.
If you have a tank on the top anywhere, it might be possible to just make a line outside with the glass tube or transparent tube so that you see the level. They have meters that you can put on the outside of the tank, depending on the stratification in the tank. You can also measure the level of water in the tank from outside. Yeah. Some ideas of efficiencies. In most companies, you can reduce water consumption by avoiding this tube washing method and replace it by spraying units. Yeah. There are a lot of technical solutions, but I guess it's good to start with a good housekeeping example. Water saving in the washing unit means have a good information about the chemistry of the washing process. Use less hazardous chemicals. You can use laser to control or to disinfect or ozone. So depending on the production process, you have different methods to clean up the water, including some processes with membranes. In the leather industry, the same control of the water flows. It's the most important. A clear management of the liquid ratios is very important. And also cascading, try to find a way to recover and reuse and treat. It's very amazing what you can reach out. You can also use foam instead of clean water. SIP system, really good organized SIP system that the mixed up product is minimized and maybe the washing solution can be reused again. The cooling system the same, you have a lot of possibilities to reduce the water consumption. Boiler and steam system, conductivity control, manage feeding and flow down, improve the pre-treatment of the water, improve the wastewater treatment, repair the steam lines or impurities in the system, implement the condensate filter, but this is something we will hear tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. 30 minutes.
30 minutes break.
We can replace water cooling with air cooling, right? But I know replacing air cooling will be if the process accepts that, because like the alcohol process, the process by which we cool the working process material. So we heat a working process material to a temperature of about 900 degrees Celsius, and then we have to apply air cooling. Now, in such instance, if we use water cooling, it may alter the chemical properties or metallic orientation of the products, because it will be like a carrying out a heat treatment operation. Okay. Now, in such a maybe air cooling may not, if it is for the production process whereby they need to achieve that heat treatment to get a different mechanical or chemical orientation, air cooling will not work. Right. Okay, so now the other question is, I noticed that this training does not really contain processes or production processes where the raw materials are metals. Yes, production process where the raw materials for the production are metals, like in the automobile industries, cylinder manufacturing, where the raw materials are metals. So this expression will cover how to manage waste in such organizations. It centers much on chemical, water, like we don't have any training program for like metals. Production process where the raw materials are metals. Yes, because it's really not about that area. I noticed.
When they go back, we have been through assessments for waste, for material, for water, for chemicals. So now we have done a walkthrough. We have identified some options. We put it together. And now the question is how to do further with this information. We are talking about a kind of a feasibility analysis. We are talking about the so-called environmental program, which is an action planning. And we are talking about the environmental balance chart and key process indicators. Going to the options, we have a certain typology of options, which is crucial to segregate for the feasibility analysis. We have a lot of no-cost options. We've seen the good housekeeping. You don't have to invest anything. You don't have to change many things, and they are directly having an influence on your cost, effectiveness, and efficiency of your processes. Good housekeeping, better process control, and so on. These are options where you need management efforts, but you have no significant external costs. That means it's easy to get a decision to do it. For these options, normally there's no need for feasibility analysis. We have low and medium cost options. They are typically by enhancing your equipment, monitoring installation, and related minor equipment changes. You have low and medium costs that they need, and that can be often be implemented with own technical people, own technical staff. So you have also a reduced financial resource which is needed to implement these options. There we say it's a kind of streamlined feasibility analysis with very simple indicators. And then we have the third part of option typology, which are high investment options. These are typically investment projects. And as a project is more complicated, you need more detailed information about this. That means we have to do a detailed feasibility analysis with a detailed description of the process or machinery what you are changing. You have to specify it. Maybe also you have to define different supplier to compare it. And you have to work it out in a proper way as a bankable project. What we have seen over the years, these three types of options are more or less at the same level. 1/3 is low cost, 1/3 is low cost, 1/3 are high cost options. To do an evaluation process for the options, we have a sector of technical evaluation, we have a sector of environmental evaluation and economic evaluation. For each investment options, we start with a technical evaluation. The easiest way is just to evaluate if this is really technically makeable or not. We give away all the options where we can see it will not work. It's a very easy thing, but it's also part of the evaluation step. In some cases, you determine what is needed as a change in the production to make this option happen. To determine how changes interfere with operational flows, to see what do you have as additional benefits if you change this. Then you continue with an environmental evaluation. Environmental evaluation means what is changing in the impacts into air, waste, water, or soil, what is changing in the quality of working places, health situation and safety situation, and evaluate this with defined indicators. And the final part is, so the environmental evaluation, part of this is also the specific benefits, meaning carbon footprint, also the global warming potentials, the GHG, and all these international indicators what you need to report to the outside. And finally, you have the economic evaluation using financial indicators. Altogether is the set of evaluation numbers, arguments, and you have to select out of all these evaluation topics, what is best for your company. So it's not the lowest financial impact. It can be a higher impact on the financial side, but you have the best performance for the future production. So it's a multi-stage evaluation. Technical evaluation means identify and evaluate the required new equipment and necessary changes in the existing plant infrastructure. What will lead to an engineering design for the project, and space for the investment costs. So the question is, will it work? What do we have to make it work? And the assessment is enabling a before-after comparison, providing the base for a quantification of the operational benefits, saying we have to define the cost savings and the gains in revenue. And then you have on the technical base to show the improvements in process quality, in product quality, in process quantity, whatever you need to get a decision from the management. Economic valuation, baseline, collect the existing information, calculate the cost, determine the capital or investment cost, calculate the benefits again, also a financial calculation of benefits, determine revenue, estimate any changes in the operation costs, and assess the whole project on the financial viability. This is what is done in a separate training, but they will also use our assessment data to do it or to discuss it with you, what could be possible. Environmental evaluation, it's a set of environmental indicators, reduction of pollutants, reduction of toxicity or toxic waste, reduction of energy consumption, reduction of CO2 emissions, reduction of waste generation and material consumption, reduction of water consumption, and also reduction of pollutant load in products. And finally, to put it together means what is our contribution to the sustainable development goals to reduce the environmental impact on the global level. What makes feasibility analysis? We integrate the results of the technical, economic, and environmental evaluation. We rule out options that do not meet the payback targets or have doubtful technical and environmental impacts. We select among the feasible options what are the compatible options, what are exclusive options. And part of the feasibility is we have to document it properly that management can read it, can take out the information they need for decisions, or for the external financing, what is needed to document to facilitate the fundraising and monitoring and evaluation of results for external finance projects. This is also done in the financial planning, and we try to combine the results from the CPAs, from the assessments, with the training that you get really feedback on how to do the backend projects. It is normally expressed in the so-called payback period, meaning how much do I have to invest, what are the average savings per year, And as a result, you see the number of years you need to that the invested money comes back by the improvements, by the saved money. This is the main indicator for banks to invest or not. Also for private people, if they want to invest, they're looking on the ROE and on the return of investment, the payback period. And what we are doing, we prepare all the basic information, all the basic data, put it together in a way that this indicator can be calculated out of the project proposal. What we need to do to come into implementation, just an action plan. It can be as easy as here, just to have a list of measures, the estimated investment costs, the type of savings, the estimated amount of savings, and the unit. It could be a kilogram of waste saved. The payback period means how many do I have to invest, how many years does it need to get the investment back, and then what do we expect as a date when the project is finished and implemented, and who is in charge in the company. So it's one of the easiest instruments for management, for leading project teams to say, this is our list of activities, who is responsible, what is the target, where do we stand. But you will find a lot of very sophisticated apps that you also can use. The main information should be like here in the table. Continuous improvement is continuing on this action list. Maybe you get out some new information, new options out of the project you are doing. Just add it in the action list, monitor and review the performance. If you do regularly walkthrough in the company, use the action plan to ask for the implementation status, and it's a very easy way to continue in the implementation till this is part of the normal business. You can internally install a system for rewarding good performance. Also reward these people who is behind the scene, not only the loudest people is that one who is performing. Yeah, and then start again and again. It's a living system. If it's possible to make it very simple, you will see it's much more fun to work on it because you are flexible. You can make it broader, smaller. You are not so limited to additional regulations by apps or other things. So that means with the assessment we deliver the basic, what you need for any kind of further projects, project planning, action planning, in a way that you can monitor and control if the action is really giving you the benefit what you estimated or calculated, or even just what it will do. Because we segregate the different type of assessment by water, waste, energy, chemicals and so on, you can focus on a very small area of the production and get easily results. The feasibility is a way to consider all aspects, technical, economic, and environmental aspects, and the improvement options can be implemented in an enterprise action plan, improvement plan. Summarizing this, the whole cycle what we have been talking today is also the cycle what we have to implement in an ISO 14000 management system. The standard of ISO 14000 is asking for some more structure, some part documented, which will all help you to bring it in a normal business to have documented, declared rules where you can stand on and rely on. But from the content, it's the same what we have been talking here. And what I would give you as a homework or maybe as an idea to think further on it, try to prepare your own ICT assessment. You can use the reporting template what we have given you in the last training. Just design your own work plan, assessment plan, and get out of the assessment by determining your most important indicators concerning waste, water, air emission, chemical risk, and energy, which you can use for annual company reports on environmental management to show the improvement, to show the development, and to also to offer this information to external clients. The vacancy, we are looking to environment, we are seeing what are our duties, and we are seeking to get better. We have been talking about the phases and steps. And just again, design your assessment work plan, try it out, get familiar with this way of thinking and doing it. Thank you. If you have questions, the floor is yours. Questions? Okay, please, question now.
When it comes to manufacture of armament, missiles, weapons of mass destruction, all these technologies, ELG, IATP, all applicable. Because today it can quite contradictory when we take too much pains to preserve the environment, and the weapons are being contrary to the environment.
Thank you. It's a very critical question. How can we focus on environmental protection and on the other side accept that we produce weapons and all these substances for weapons, for wars in the world? In my opinion, we are kind of front runners. we are picking out one aspect with this, which is important, but we are also creating awareness that we are responsible for our life. And if you accept that weapons are produced, it's also your responsibility. We cannot do it different. A friend of mine tried to initiate a petition to the politics in Austria to forbid that weapons are produced in Austria. He didn't get enough people going with him. So these are the initiatives starting from the grassroots. You can just try to talk and to get more and more people going with you. It's the same with the environmental protection. We started in the early 1980s to talk to industries. Now we come in the situation that we have a critically massive industry working for the environmental protection and not against. So now we have the power and can influence politics. But it's a long time. Anyway, I can just invite you to take your responsibility to talk to the people, try to motivate, because it's our work. Thank you. Some more questions? Final words.
Thank you. I can see that everybody is trying to guess. This size will be given to us. What's your I want to say that tomorrow is going to be another interesting day. But we are going to start exactly 8:30 tomorrow. Is there any problem with that? Okay, there is a suggestion here. He said it's better to set okay. You know where I'm saying that tomorrow is Friday. And what we have tomorrow is also a replicate of what we have today. So if we start early, we are going to finish early. So please, tomorrow, let's start by 8:30. And we are going to start with a group photograph. 8:30, we are going to start with a group photograph. If you are not in the photograph, you are not going to forget certificate. So please, I'm happy to let's start by 8:30 tomorrow. And again, there is a checklist given to us, or that will be given to us. I don't know, Michael, can you accept both hard and soft copy of the checklist? Or you want soft copy?
To check if I can.
If you're going to accept both hard and soft copy, which means you can fill and bring it tomorrow.
That's what it's about.
We begin now. There's some people are on sick, that's where you can right back. Last week. If you are signifying to partake in the CPA, please just 5 minutes to wait after this time. So, can I go ahead? Okay. call it a day of today. Tomorrow, 8:30, we start with a group photograph. That's for fun.